got it for you right here.
Cheers!
Good neighbors.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Pull me an ale. God save you.
Well, Master Painter.
Yes, unfortunately. And my offers.
Why not?
Take care.
I'm glad to see you.
I've got what you need.
Excellent. Give me the purse.
Here you are.
Good luck, no matter what you plan on doing with those monks.
And what are you going to do?
Get my things together and disappear. I want to take care.
I'm Carl.
We expected you sooner.
He gave me the papers and left me at the gate. He must be...
But that wasn't very considerate. It's been so hectic here lately, novices arriving one after the other. The last one didn't even have a letter, and you'd think his backside was on fire, the way he kept looking over his shoulder.
You took him without the letter? You didn't find that suspicious?
My guess is he wanted to hide from someone, but he's a priest and knows how things work in the monastery, so there was nothing to prevent him from being accepted, at least temporarily. You're a different case, though. Are you able to read?
Naturally. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
So then.
I am.
Then you must rid yourself of all your world inside the... Put away... Farewell.
Strange feeling being without all of that.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide...
Thanks for helping me out during the ceremony. I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
You don't know Latin, do you? Don't worry. Work in the scriptorium will teach you fast enough.
It was my choice.
It looks like we're both here for the same reason.
Would you tell me something?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education. Although I must say, so far...
Let's go then.
Good. But make sure to read it this evening. So you follow me closely. Remember one word. Discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord.
Peace be with you, brother.
This is the way to the dormitory, where we all sleep. You'll find a free bed there, which is now yours. Do you know the first thing the monastery taught me? To appreciate sleep. We rise before dawn every day. Takes a bit of getting used to.
Someone's been creeping around in the corridor at night. Oh, what am I saying, creeping? He was stomping about like a bear.
That
Come
must
now,
have been
I don't want
Brother
to still be
Sir
showing
Cato.
you around at
He
midnight.
can't sleep and prays
This is
long
the
into
garden,
night.
a place for silent contemplation and meditation. Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers.
Something is
Come now, I don't want to still be showing you around at midnight.
Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library. These are the places where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work.
As a novice, you must always listen to your superior brethren. And above us monks are the prior and the cicatas, who punish every infraction. You'll know them by the canes they carry. Do what they say. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat.
The rule is the only law we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts, expect a swift punishment. The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You too will learn how.
And that's all. Today you are still free from duty. But tomorrow if you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We will be glad to help you. And I recommend you get to know the other novices.
Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot. Will you tell me something about...
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. It's peaceful here. There's food and...
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life in a monastery was more appealing than being...
I'd like to ask you something... Who's in charge of things?
Truthfully, everyone except us. But officially, Abbot Peter. And soon enough, someone else. As if it...
I see. Are there any rifts between the brothers?
Yes. From the moment talk began about electing a new abbot, it's been like a hornet's nest here. Strange you haven't noticed.
Tell me something about electing.
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select a new abbot from amongst the brethren. The candidates are John and Nevlas. And if you ask me for my opinion, Nevlas is definitely the right man.
Tell me something about life.
Work, prayer, as if you didn't know.
What are the roles of the...
Someone takes care of the library, someone else the garden. The abbot supervises everyone, but it's the circators you should worry about. They're the brothers who'll make sure we observe the rule. They can be quite strict, so if you want to avoid getting punished, always act righteously.
Who's in charge?
Truthfully, everyone except us.
I see. Who would you choose?
Why should I even think about that when I don't have the right to vote? Gregor, don't go poking your nose into other people's bit. What is it, brother?
I'd like to ask...
Talk to me, brother.
I'm Gregor.
I know. But I've no time for idle chat. I transcribe...
What, you do nothing else?
It is my penance and my blessing. And now, brother, if...
Look at my cabinet.
Contains forbidden books.
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I...
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you...
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks.
I'm interested in the other novice. Do you know anything about
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray your confidence. He's always happy to help, which is more than can be said for the other...
Can you tell me something about...
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. But I'm just the ordinary son of a landowner, now a monk. There's nothing in my
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate, but he was kind enough to sell off some cattle and send me here. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's better than mucking...
Who would you vote for as the new abbot?
Why do you care? We don't have the right to vote, so...
I'm just interested, that's...
I like John better. But like I've said, it's not our place to get involved. It's enough that Antonius is mixed up in it. Don't you start too.
I'd like to ask you something... Who's in charge?
Truthfully, everyone except us.
I see. Who's in... Are there all...
I've read one of the manuscripts...
Why can't novices vote?
They say we don't have enough experience to decide about anything. Don't worry.
More like infuriating.
Why is who wins so important?
We're young and we'll spend the rest of our lives here. And the abbot decides everything about our lives. Didn't it ever occur to you how powerful he is?
Well, that's all. Thank you for your time. I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. It was hard not to notice you.
And
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happy.
I'd like to know something about...
I don't know much.
Do you know anything about...
I don't. He doesn't like me, and he's on very friendly terms with the Circators.
You really don't know anything about anyone?
Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't tell you more.
I'd like to know...
I don't know.
Tell me about Antonio.
I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell. I've never spoken.
Will you tell me something?
There's nothing I can tell you.
I mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing. Come on. Is there really no...
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work and prayer. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walk through the monastery.
If you could.
But I can't vote, so what's the point of worry? Ask Antonius. He off.
I'd like to ask you... Who's in charge?
Truth.
Are there already...
Brothers John and Nevlis, but the others have been fighting like dogs because of them. We don't have to fight about anything, though.
This John, who is he?
A Circator, and really just an unpleasant old man. It's mostly the older brothers on his side, because they believe he'll protect the status quo and all the benefits that come with long...
Tell me something about Nevla.
Nevlas manages the monastery's property. He's what they call the provost. He'd like to bring back solemnity to the monastery through reform and by returning to pure faith. A lovely idea.
Well, that's all. Thank you.
It's a wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin.
Peace be with you, brother.
Now, are you here of your own free will, or is this a punish?
Did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk.
Are you hiding something? Why are you...
I'm hiding a lousy past that I'd rather forget. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the... I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the young... I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me, in a monastery.
I've read one of the manuscripts copied by one of the novices. I think I'm going to cry.
It's that touching, is it?
What's your plan with this treasure?
To get out of here as soon as I can. I'll wait another year or two until my hot-headed brothers cool off a bit, and then I'll take the silver.
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want...
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice, the monastery or nothing. If it had come to that after my father's death, so be it. But to get rid of me...
They must have realized you robbed them.
I donated some of the silver to the monastery when I came in, just to piss them off. I can just see my brothers, my siblings, argue.
And you stashed away the remainder?
Indeed so.
That's all I want.
Please, keep it to yourself. Especially the part about the coin.
Will you tell me?
Look, nothing against you.
Very well.
Thank you.
I'm still curious about this...
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. At other times, I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
Actually, I don't care.
These novices. I pulled those idlers by the ears.
What have they done to you this time, brother?
They're shirking their responsibilities.
How is it that you don't get any penance from it?
I've paid off the circators to turn a blind eye. And the other monks don't notice as long as you show your face there from time to time. No one's too awake.
I'd be interested to hear what you think about... Tell me about Antonius.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with of course the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has a calm soul.
I'm interested in Yodok.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I'd bet my life that if he wasn't here, he'd be a cumin scout, bowing and scraping for a few groschen.
That doesn't sound too flattering.
It wasn't meant to. No matter what you do here, watch out for him. He's got his eye on everyone, and he'll rat on you for even the...
What can you tell me about Lucas?
It's a tricky situation with Lucas. No one really knows anything about him. I've tried so many times to talk to him, but he always...
That's all. Who would you elect?
Most likely Nevlas. He's a fine fellow, and he seems honest. The monastery will still be a monastery, no matter who's in charge. If you really want to talk more about it, ask Antonius.
I'd like to know...
I don't know.
What can you tell me about...
Not a lot. I don't know him. Actually, I don't...
Are you joking?
Why should I?
I'd have thought you might want to know who you'll be spending the rest of your life with. I definitely do. In fact, I probably already know more about them than...
Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't tell you.
What would you like?
I'd like to ask you something. Who's in charge of...
Abbot Peter is the...
And what happens when the old abbot dies?
Then we elect a new...
Are there any
Yes, there are. Brothers John and Nevlas. Cursed elections. On one side are brothers who'd like to see John as abbot. On the other, those who support Nevlas. And they seem to be...
Tell me about... I'd like to know...
Nevlas, although...
Why does it...
Because the older brothers...
I thought
You're right. But we know nothing...
Are there ever...
Unfortunately, yeah.
Tell me some...
The old abbot is...
Tell me something...
Prayer, work, obedience.
Can you tell me something about the rule of...
7 centuries ago, the fundamental...
Do you never want to know what's going on out there?
And what should be
I'm interested in the...
It was founded by Saint Procopius. 5
heretics, you said?
They wanted to worship God.
What are the roles?
Well, the abbot is the head, but he's not here now. Then there's the prior and the sub-prior, the librarian. As a novice, you should be particularly mindful of the circators. They're the ones...
What can you tell me about the...
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life. After a year, you...
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too... Antonius is hardworking and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you.
Can you leave?
Where would you go? You have everything you need here. Anyway, all the doors here are closed and locked.
Who would you like to be?
Brother Neverless. There are many things wrong here.
That must have been Brother Circator. He can't sleep and pray.
Abbot Peter's health is deteriorating. They say he won't make it to the autumn.
No.
I'd like to know something about the other novice.
I don't know much.
Still be on this earth for many years to come.
I wish
What can
all
you tell?
good health
Not
for
a
the
lot.
But I want change, and only a new abbot can bring that.
Do you know anything?
I don't. He doesn't like me.
Tell me about.
I'd like to, but there.
Are you joking?
Why should
I'd have thought you might.
Don't.
What would you like?
Will you tell me something?
Look, nothing.
Very well.
Thank you.
I'd be. Tell me about.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with of course the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has...
I'm interested in Yodot.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I'd bet my life that if he wasn't here, he'd be a cumin.
That doesn't sound.
It wasn't meant...
That's all. I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the church during the ceremony. I have a feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule, does their work.
When it's not the way...
Then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
He was stomping about like a bear. That must have been Brother Circator.
About you in the election. Will you tell me more?
Ask me anything you want.
Tell me something about...
Nevertheless is weak and toothless. He's full of hot hair. How anyone could think he'd make a good abbot is beyond.
I'd like to know what's...
Well, the young brothers feel they don't have the same rights and responsibilities as we, who have spent much of our lives here. Nevertheless is lying when he says he wants to right wrongs. All he cares about are benefits for himself and his cronies.
Thank you for answering.
These novices. I'd pull those
Talk to me, brother.
Is it possible to learn something about the other novice?
Only the abbot and the prior keeps up.
And can I see them?
No. The abbot writes and keeps his records in his chambers, and only he...
Is there anything I can do?
I'm glad you asked. There's one thing, a silly thing, really. But not long ago, a brother brought me a crumpled piece of parchment. He says he found it rolled up in a hole in the wall. The thing is, it was a...
Ovid? What is that?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
Can you tell me something about...
The Art of Love is a sort of manual instructing young people how to find and maintain love. It's a lovely work. I don't understand what bothered you.
Oh, would you like me to put the...
Absolutely! Eustace's wits weren't the sharpest, so I'm sure he didn't destroy any of the pages. I imagine he hid them throughout the monastery. It might take you a while to find them all, but when you do, you can rest assured Ovid will return to his rightful place in the library.
Good. I'll look around for it.
Thank you, brother. It's of no great importance, but if you can find all 10 pages, I'll...
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book could be hidden anywhere. From
Talk to me, brother.
I'd like to ask... Who's in... Are there... I understand. Who would you like?
Brother Nevlas, there are many things wrong here, and...
I'm Gregor, a nob...
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nevlas, and I'm the provost here. I'm in charge of the monastery's property.
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write
Tell me about it.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks live a humble life and that any surpluses go to the poor. But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and the construction of a new church don't swallow up the feud.
Is there anything I could help with?
You know, there is. Perhaps you've heard that Abbot Peter is gravely... I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details, and together you and I could give old Peter a few more years.
What do you need me for?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now, you know, most of the brothers believe every illness is a mess. I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, the cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library. But it will certainly be amongst the libri prohibiti, the forbidden books.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book of medicine. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book is the work of a Saracen devil and must be kept under lock and key. Since then, no one can even talk about the book.
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside. You'll easily recognize what you're looking for. The cover has not only a Latin inscription, but also Saracen. No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly begin to look into it.
Is there anything you can tell me?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how. Perhaps Brother Celerius could.
Why can't you do it?
Because I'm one of the highest-ranking monks here, and one day I'd like to become abbot. Can you imagine me?
You could just ask for it.
Do you honestly think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Librarian Cyril is a...
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched, you'll need to go at night. They say Brother Celerius understands locks. But don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, bring it to me, and we'll soon have the election of the abbot over and done with.
I'm interested...
You're not alone. Everyone's so worked up about that they spent no time...
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer. The older brethren bend the rules of the order to make them fit their interests. So, to balance the scales, they want the novices to lead
What sins are you talking about?
The scripture says, "Let he who is without sin..." I'm sorry, Gregor, it's not my place to speak about this.
Tell me something about how the new abbot will be elected.
A new abbot has to be elected once the old one dies. All the brethren can vote, with the exception of novices. The abbot's crozier will be conferred on whoever... When he becomes abbot, a monk spends most of his time dealing with politics outside the monastery, instead of actually leading the monastery.
I'd be interested to know more about...
I don't like to speak ill of people, but Circuitor John is the worst person the monks could pick to represent them. He's nothing but an old schemer and pedant who preaches water but drinks. He's won the older brethren over because they know he won't call an end to their...
Why do you want to...
Because when I see the way things are headed around here, I have no other option. Itinerant preachers speak of the corrupted black heart of the church, and I'd like to change things and bring back meaning and esteem to the monastery.
That's all.
Peace be with you, brother. Talk to me, brother.
Is there any way I could help you get elected?
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout, "Vote for Neverless"? Vote?
Not exactly.
John isn't my opponent. He's my brother. Just like you and everyone else. But there is something you could help me with. You must know there's a great deal of iniquity here in the monastery. I'd be interested to hear of anything I don't know about.
Should I find out for you what's going on around here?
Let me make this clear. I want to base my candidacy on putting things in order. But if I don't know exactly what's wrong...
Very good, then. I'll find...
Thank you, brother.
What do you want me to...
I'd be interested to hear about any iniquity in the monastery. I need to prepare my...
Gregor.
I'd like to ask you... Who would you...
Definitely never... These novices. I'd pull those idlers by the ears. What have they done to you this time, brother? They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they don't.
God be with you.
What would you like?
Ah, Gregor.
I'd be interested to hear... What can you tell me about...
That there's no man alive less suitable for the monastic life than him.
You don't know young Lord Capon. Why is he in the monastery?
No one knows. Maybe he's hiding from something. Or maybe he's being punished.
Do you think he has a secret?
Don't we all? But unlike the others, he absolutely refuses to speak about...
That's all I wanted to know about him. Thanks. What about Yodok?
Be on good terms with him. If you show even the slightest hint you don't like him, he'll make your life hell. He's a slimy little pedant who'll rat you out to the superiors. Once he finishes his novitiate, I imagine he'll want to climb his way up the ladder to at least Sir Cater.
I'm interested in Lucas.
No one knows much about him. He doesn't talk to anyone. He works. It's as if he wanted to get it all over with as soon as possible. But...
That's all. Thanks.
This is not a good time for... This is not a good time for...
Receive it as a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in executing it. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay, lukewarmness, grumbling, or objection.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
Obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs, not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet his word cannot be acceptable to God, who sees that his heart is murmuring. And far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murmurers, unless he amend and make satisfaction. The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on the spirit of silence. Let us do what the prophet said.
What would you like?
Here the prophet shows that the spirit of silence ought to be used at times to refrain even from good speech.
Praise be to
So
Christ,
much
brother.
the more ought the punishment for sin make us avoid evil works. Therefore, since the spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples, even though it be for good, holy, edifying, safe. For it is written, in much speaking you will not escape sin. And in another place, death and life are in the power of the tongue. For speaking and teaching belong to the master. The disciples are to be silent to listen. And for that reason, if anything has to be asked of the superior, it should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words, or words that move to laughter, these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual ban. And for such conversation we do not permit a disciple to open his mouth.
Talk to me, brother.
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist's laboratory. Today it's your task to concoct 2 potions to aid digestion. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them.
He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
What troubles you?
Talk to me, brother.
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent.
What would you...
I'd like to... Who would you...
Brother John, obviously.
What troubles you?
I'd like to ask you something. Who would you like to be?
John, definitely. Compared to him, Nevlas is young and inexperienced. John has the wisdom of age, and he already has the respect that Nevlas will have to earn.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I'd like to ask... Who would you like to...
The old abbot isn't dead yet. It's too early to talk about elections. But if I had to choose...
Praise be to Christ.
I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this in your life. But it's easier than you think. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original.
Praise be to Christ.
I'd like to... Who would you like?
John, definitely. Compare.
What would you like?
I'd like to... Who would you like to...
I've thought long and hard about it, and
Ah, Gregor.
I'd like to...
Can't you see I'm working?
Talk to me.
I'd like to... Who would you like?
John, definitely. Now, compared to him, Nevlis is young and inexperienced. John has the wisdom of age.
You call that a copy? You've completely ruined the parchment.
books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see. Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books. This is not a good time for questions.
God be with you.
No, Peter has a strong constitution. He'll still be on this earth for many years to come.
I wish all good health.
That's not the half. What about the...
Only a new abbot can bring that.
Waiting pays off. There's no hurry.
There'll be no peace as long as Sigismund goes on ransacking Bohemia, sure as the sun circles the earth.
You know how to lift a fellow's spirits.
Novices have no business here.
I'd pull those idlers by the ears.
What have they done to you this time, brother?
They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors.
Praise be to Christ.
What do you want me to...
I'd be interested to hear about any iniquity in the monastery.
Listen, brother.
I can't help you there. Brother Salah. Today's food. What do they do?
Long into the night.
God be with you.
Someone really pragmatic. You're right.
Service. These novices. I'd pull those idlers by the ears.
What have they done to you this time, brother?
They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they don't.
Did you have to finish someone's weeding in the garden again?
Yet again. I've had enough of it.
God be with you.
Don't move. Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place? Don't you know?
Very well, brother.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate anything.
While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on.
What troubles you?
What do you desire, brother?
I'd like to...
Sir?
The glory of life everlasting. As soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as
Aha, Gregor.
and cannot suffer any delay in executing. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and please.
I'm looking for something a little, unorthodox.
And what would that be exactly?
Warmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to
I'm looking for lockpicks.
Lockpicks? And what would you like those for?
Not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart. Then even though he fulfills the command, yet
I'd like to practice opening locks, just for the fun of it.
Well, why not? So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lockpicks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lockpicks. Can't say...
When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to reading.
Peace be with you, brother.
After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence. Or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early, at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil.
Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples.
Brother?
Demonstrating the
What are you doing here?
by his actions for those of harder hearts and
I was feeling a bit...
Really? I'll
Abbot should
pretend
always
nothing
remember
happened.
what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom more is committed, from him more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better. But since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Penny, a well-disposed
What is it, brother?
Can we do something?
Well, talk to me.
I'd like to just...
Well, we...
Agree?
You won't convince.
All right.
That's better. Drop it.
I'll go for that.
Brother? What are you doing?
I had other...
Really? Fine then.
What would you like?
I'd like to discuss... Satisfied?
That's... What troubles you?
You have some...
What's there to tell? We were all young and foolish once.
So you turned to...
I said about securing a life. Without that little bit extra, I'd never have completed my
No one, brother. Thank you. I'm looking...
And what?
I'm
Lock?
I'd like...
Well, so you heard... I'll try... Aha, Gregor.
I'd like to
Well?
Since it's...
Yeah.
Satisfied?
Well, no. Aye, that would do.
What is it, brother?
I've discovered something about the wrongs.
I see.
Brother Siskin is hiding treasure he owned before he became a monk.
It doesn't surprise me. It's not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last. I wouldn't punish him, but you can talk to him about it.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to me.
What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
What would you...
I've discovered...
I see.
That's all I know.
If you find out...
Halt! Brother, what are you doing here?
I definitely was there.
Really? Fine then.
Salve, be well.
Get away from our cabinet. The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see.
brother. Brother Cyril mentioned that you didn't submit your parchments in the scriptorium. Do you not enjoy copying books?
You're right, brother.
This is your first warning.
For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs, not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet his word will not be acceptable to God, who sees that his heart is murmuring. And far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murmurers, unless he amend and make satisfaction. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to... Not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You wouldn't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
I don't want to drink.
Off you go then. You can come back and join us any time. But if you say a word... You've seen us drinking here, so either join...
I don't want to drink.
Off you go then.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Well, probably the same as you. I want to be able to read and...
What exactly do you read?
Well, I'd be interested to find the unofficial biography of Saint Procopius, but there probably is no such thing. But if that locked cabinet there with all the forbidden books was open... Until recently it was still unlocked, but after something vanished, they've kept it locked tight.
Maybe I could get in.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'd love to pore over some of those tomes.
We'll see what I can do.
What is it, brother?
Ah, this looks like the Saracen language. Ibn al-Hassan. That's who I'm looking for.
Unbelievable. Imagine these men could have been burned at the stake just for writing these... Praise be to Christ, brother.
There's something I should tell you. Something you won't be happy to hear. I'm here to find someone and, well, to do away with him. But listen, it's not murder. Not when it's a man like him. He's one of the brigands who burned down Neuhof.
What's he doing here?
And who are you?
They call him pious because he used to be a priest. They sent me here to find him and bring him to justice.
So we have one outlaw and one assassin in our midst. This place is a lot more exciting than I expected. Do you know who it is?
It could be Antonius?
Antonius. He's a fine fellow. No, it can't be him. Although, you never know what's hiding beneath a man's skin.
See how hard it is? It could be anyone, and at the same time, nobody... I suspect it could be Yodok.
Do you know that occurred to me too? Yodok's a scoundrel and a cheat. I believe he'd be capable of anything.
I suspect Luca.
He certainly says little enough, and he keeps himself to himself.
It could be you.
What on earth makes you think that?
True enough. I won't tell you more, and I'd like you to keep silent.
You're talking about killing in the monastery.
Would you do that?
You're right. I'll keep it to myself. I've got problems enough of my own without involving myself in...
Thank you, Siskin.
You in the dormitory.
Oh, frightened me. Why aren't you in the dormitory?
What have we here? It looks like a book with the names of all the novices. Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
We'll have to take that Yodok to task about where he got this wine and tell him next time he'd better get proper Zneumo.
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or...
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and... Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place? Don't you know where you're...
Very well, brother.
I still need to look through your pockets to see if you have a weapon. Here in the monastery. I don't care where you got it or why, but clearly you failed to complete your trial period as a novice.
That's it. The book with information about the novices. Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
Shouldn't you be getting your rest and not wandering about like a ghost?
The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see.
Talk to me, brother.
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation. It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. Is there anything I can do for you?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know they keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it.
Thanks. You've helped.
No, thank you. About that book. Don't even think about breaking in to get it.
What troubles you?
I have all the pages of the torn-up book.
Oh, brother, you can't even imagine how happy you've made me. Since you're clearly a true... I'll lend you the key to the cabinet containing forbidden books. That cabinet's strictly off-limits to novices, but you've earned my trust. I'm sure you'll recognize...
Thank you, brother.
The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on the spirit of silence. Let us do what the prophet says. I said, I will guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humbled and kept silence even from good things. Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence ought to lead us at times to refrain even from good.
God be with you.
For it is written, in much speaking you will not escape sin. And in another place, death and life are in the power of the tongue. For speaking and teaching belongs to
Brother?
the master. The disciples...
Stealing is a sin. You should know that as a Christian, and certainly...
Asked of the superior, it should be asked with all the humility...
Very well, brother.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate anything...
Next time we'll get the honor to bring some rum.
Salve. Be well. Talk to me, brother.
I'd like to...
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You wouldn't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad.
Brother, where were you during Mass? Don't tell me you did...
You're right, brother.
This is your... You were somewhere you shouldn't have been.
I've had enough.
You dare resist...
Yes, brother.
You failed to complete your...
From prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary
Brother,
until about
this is your...
hour, and from the 4th hour
Very well.
until about the 6th.
I'll drink to that. So,
Peace be with you, brother.
The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the spirit of silence. Let us do what the prophet said. I said, guard my ways, that I may persist with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humble and silent. Here the prophet shows that of the spirit. Avoid evil words. Therefore, since the spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted. Silence, even though it be for good, wholly edifying.
Brother? What are you doing?
You're right, brother.
This is...
Condemn everywhere with a perpetual ban.
Ah.
I'm here to work.
Excellent.
My Sometimes to refrain even from good
God be with you.
So much the more of the punishment for sin makes us avoid evil works. Therefore, since the spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples, even though it be for good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written, in much speaking you will not escape sin. And in another place, jests and idle words was
to our Lord Jesus.
I've heard that you,
What?
I read it in the abbot's...
What? The abbot's book is locked up in his chamber.
I was looking for something else, but I just happened...
No matter what you were looking for, you crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. But don't worry, I won't tell on you if you promise me... Yes, you can call me a sodomite, a sinner, a monster, the spawn of Satan. But tell me this, Gregor. Can I help the way I am?
You're right. I found it interesting, but I'm not judging you. You are the way you are.
I'm glad you aren't like the others. I swear to God, I've never lain with another man. I've never sinned. When my father wanted me to find a wife and start a family, I told him the truth. My guilt had been consuming me, and I knew in the
There's something I should tell you.
You're looking for someone?
I am a novice.
Why would you be looking amongst monks? You know...
I'm looking for a footpad who's hiding out.
I heard something about...
Because you could help me. It has to be one of the other...
That can't be. Have you told the prior? What are you going to do?
Talk to him. Do you have any idea which of the novices...
I don't know, and I don't care to know. I wish you...
What is it, brother?
Will you tell me something?
Look, nothing against you.
Are you...
I'm hiding. I hate... I've no...
That's all I want.
Please, keep it to yourself.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
What troubles you?
I found a dagger and...
And why shouldn't you have? I did hide it there after all.
Well then, I have a question for you.
That dagger's the only thing I have left of my father. It was in our old shop under the counter. When I was little, I admired that dagger so much. I asked father if...
Go on, please.
Now father's dead and I'm here. That piece of steel is the only thing I have left from the outside. So now you know everything. I'm no priest, but tell me...
I'm here in the monastery.
You don't say.
Someone whose job it is...
Punishment? Do you intend to punish them?
I don't know yet. And perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you. But I suppose it must be one of the novices.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices.
3? Please, leave me out of it. And no one knows anything about Lucas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to...
I don't think it was him. But please, don't...
Don't fret, my friend. You'll see...
I know you're pious.
So you're finally sure? Tell me, Gregor, or Karl, or whatever your true name is.
I don't know.
Well, at least you're prepared to think and not just play bloodhound for a pack of nobodies. And I'm glad you have your...
I don't want to be like the people I'm looking for. If I have...
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us. I was a bandit, and I was at Nyhoff. I've robbed and stolen. What I saw at Nyhoff made me realize...
So the evildoer changes his way.
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life.
What if I wanted to...
You could kill another novice, I suppose. If news of the murder got out from the monastery, my former friends might believe I'm dead. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading toward... There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get as far away from here as I can.
Good. Let's do it.
Good. I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach.
What do I...
What? And what? All right.
And...
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or...
All right.
That's more like it. Sit down. Quite right, brother. Just sit down and drink with us. When the wine runs out, Yurek will fetch more. Talk to me, brother.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like?
But...
Youngster.
But you're the cicator.
If you really want...
All right.
What is it, bro?
You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for...
Well, nothing much. He's just a little suckling like you. He'll do whatever it takes to stay on our good side. Sometimes we make use of him when there are errands to run.
Where'd you get the wine from? I thought that...
So they are. But listen, lad, would you help us out with something? This cask is almost empty and we need a new one.
I'll help you.
Ha! I knew it. Help Novice Yorick arrange for a new cask. Talk to him first.
All right, I'll talk...
What's there left to drink?
To our fresh young novices. What would you like?
I'd like to...
Terrible. What troubles...
What do you desire?
I was talking like...
Well...
I'd like to help.
To get hold of the wine, we'll have to leave the monastery. If wine started going missing here, someone would notice. But to leave the monastery...
Wait a moment. Are you saying I'm supposed to steal the prior's keys?
Well, you see why I don't want to do it myself now, do you? I don't have what it takes.
But you've done it once before.
Last time the prior was sick, and he left the monastery keys in the Circator's care. So they unlocked the gates.
If you told me what was involved, I'd have...
But you promised. You can't leave me...
And yet here I am backing out of...
What am I to do? Whatever you do, don't tell...
What would you like?
I've discovered something.
I see.
Brother Yodok has been stealing wine for the...
Yodok? Well, that little rat's shown his true...
I don't know, unfortunately.
No matter. You've brought me important...
The circators go into the cellar at...
I thought so. John always reeks of it. And he wants to be abbot. Hypocrite.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to me.
I don't mind you calling cards. What are you doing here? You're playing truant from the monastery, aren't you? You're doing it to be the monastery.
I reckon we're in for a decent harvest.
Yeah!
God's sake. God be... Goodbye.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I've just... This... Brother...
What troubles you?
Precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts and ruder minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to
Someone who's...
more is committed. From him, more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery.
I don't think...
Let him not love one more than another.
I know you're pious.
So you're...
Finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of
I don't know.
What? Since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest...
You're right.
The well-disposed and
But the people who...
They won't if we're clever about it. No one... Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading towards the river. No one will bother looking for my body there. There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get...
And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death. The rule of Saint Benedict...
Good. Let's do...
Good. I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach.
What are you going to...
What do I... Oh, there's...
And where...
From Easter until the calends of October. When they come out...
All right.
Excellent. And Gregor...
Whatever is necessary until about...
Onion soup for the spring.
Salami, sausages, lard, light and scratch the meat on
I'm glad. I'll see you later.
How's it going? Good luck then.
What do you desire?
The one who's going to find him and...
You want to kill him? Do you think...
Please don't tell him anything. It will put my whole...
Very well, I won't say a word.
Fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times of each...
What would you like?
I've discovered this... That's...
If you find...
After the 6th hour, having left the table, rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early, at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching.
You've got a strong constitution. Anyone else would have certainly died.
What?
Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy. He was lost and miserable, but he wasn't truly bad, because when it came down, his former friends didn't take kindly to that, though, and wanted to punish him. So they sent a hunting dog. The boy wasn't stupid, though, and he knew that the hound was coming. He didn't expect the beast to live, but it did. And all of a sudden, the boy was sorry for what he...
I think I understand you. But the...
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. I was a bandit. What I saw at Nyhoff made me realize my life.
So the evildoer changes his way?
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people.
You're right.
They won't if we're clever about it. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered... There we'll split up. You go for your bounty.
Good. Let's do it your way.
Good. I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach. Now we'll need the...
What are you going to do?
I need to get ready for a long journey. Prepare supplies.
What do I need the keys to the...
How else will we get out?
Getting the keys won't be easy.
I know, but Brother Salarius is a reformed thief. I'll bet he still has a few lockpicks. Or there's the hard way. Steal...
They both sound hard to me. And where am I?
You'll find a parchment in the kitchen with a list of ingredients on it. All the things they're ordering. Add blood for making soup to the list. And when it's delivered the next day, take it before anyone notices it's eaten.
All right, that's everything.
Excellent. Come and see me once you have everything. And Gregor...
guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard.
Brother, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working?
Come now, brother. You know very well that monks can't survive on prayer alone.
Fine then.
Teaching belonged to the master. The disciples were parts to be silent.
Peace be with you, brother.
Praise be.
I'm here to...
Excellent.
No, no. Fear of hell and the glory of life everlasting, as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior. Superiors is given to God. For if the disciple
outside at night. You should be sleeping, not scaring people.
Salve, Domine.
Praised be to our Lord Jesus.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your...
Very well, brother.
Now, show me what you have on you.
Peace be with you, brother. What would you like?
I have everything we need.
Excellent. Straight after Vespers, we'll meet in the dormitory. We'll have to get it all done before the monks have finished dinner.
What exactly is your plan? And why can't we do it at night?
We're going to prepare a little riddle they'll never solve. And why at mealtime? Because we need the dormitory as well as the church to be empty. Then at night we'll escape. Do you follow? Take everything with you and don't forget the keys.
Good. Once evening mass ends, I'll be in the dormitory.
That is to say, he should show holy by his deeds and words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the but demonstrating the divine precepts by
Brother?
eyes to the
What are you
faults of
doing?
You're right,
offenders,
brother.
This is...
but since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as
Praise be to our Lord Jesus. Praise.
I'm here.
Very well.
Salve. Be well.
Praise be to God. For a moment there I was worried you weren't coming. Give me that blood. This is the exact spot where And here's where you dragged my lifeless body. Thank you for helping me out. Now we must each go our own way.
Well, I can't just let you leave. You're a criminal.
What are you on about? Did you really help me escape just to betray me?
I'm truly sorry, but you were there at the Neuhoff massacre, and you're a valuable witness. I'm taking you to the bailiff.
Gregor, you can't be serious. I thought I won't be taken anywhere. I'd rather die than lose my freedom.
Ah! You're gonna cry now? Ah! Ow. Well, no!
You?
Ah! Ah!
This is one of the men who raised Neuhoff. He should be able to tell you something useful. But I need to ask a favour. I need you to keep him out of sight so his accomplices don't know he's been caught.
Fine work, and I'll do as you say. I'll find a deep, dark hiding place where no one will hear me interrogate him. And while we're at it, I'll have your things brought here. Wait here a while.
God save. See you later.
Can you show?
Certain.
I'd like to.
First, you have.
Well,
Take care.
How's it go?
Can we do something?
Well,
Saturday?
that. I for.
Yeah.
I've got some. I know this is.
It is indeed. I've got some.
All right.